Hello there guys, and welcome back to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are in Blender. No we're not. What am I on about? We're in Unity 6.0. Oh my god, my brain's in a different place tonight. The version we're using is 6000.0.58F2. Tonight's stream we are going to be creating the inventory. It's a 50 slot inventory. I thought what would be nice is if I just do a quick play to just show you what we've got at the moment and what's functioning, how it functions. So just for development, whilst I've been developing the whole looting interface, there is something. We basically set the monster life to be one hit by the player, so we can quickly loot items and things. What I'm going to do is go get that skelly there. Okay, so at the moment we've got a very nice, very simple, it's not that graphical, but I do intend to create a nice, at one stage, just whilst we're developing, it's getting it functional at the moment. The nice fancy looking UI I will create in Photoshop, but for the time being, just while we're making the game, we're getting a rotation bug. Sometimes the skeleton, I don't know why he's doing that. That skeleton rotated. I need to look into that. So yeah, we've got a nice loot browser. So when you step over the items, instead of pausing the game and looting, I wanted it to stay live, so you can basically whiz through the inventory, the loot browser, select items that you want, press E, and then you pick them up. So I'm really happy with how it functions. What I just need to do I just need to make a note of sometimes skeleton. Right, I know how to fix the skeleton rotating on death. Bit annoying that it's doing that, but it's not a problem. That's a very minor bug fix, and that's not in the version 1.0 that's currently live on itch. But I've made a note of that bug fix. So right, so basically, we're going to be doing a 50 slot inventory. So what I've done, guys, is I have created a spreadsheet. Now originally, if I just show you in the project, under UI inventory, as you can see, I've just created these items. So these are the current 5 items in the game, and they've been. I initially named them as UI underscore with the game item name. Now, one thing that I'm thinking of nipping in the bud at this stage is thinking further down the line when we get to weapons, different weapons, because at the moment the player has one standard weapon, I do intend to create more weapons, put those in the game, allow the player to equip and swap out their weapon. But as you can imagine, the file name of those weapons and any other item for that matter could be very long. And I don't want to have really long file names. It's just going to be crazy. So what I thought would be a very good idea is to create a spreadsheet. So essentially, we're just going to keep it simple. We're going to have UI underscore inv ID for inventory ID, and then I've given it 5. Is that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 digits. So essentially, with this file naming structure, we can have up to 99,999 game objects, and I very much doubt it will ever get that high, but it just covers us in case it does get to a high number. If I was to shrink that down, I'm limiting myself to 9,999. So, and also keeping it this nice short size means in the hierarchy or in the code, you know, it's just not going to be a long file name. And what I've done is I've just got this simple object name and then what its description is. Separate to that, oh no, that's the asset list. This is the drop table. So this drop table is basically the rarity, the items. So I'm keeping that as a separate thing at the moment. So yeah. Now I know that at the moment we've just got the 5 items I've made. So if we were to add a different type of coin currency further down the line, the ID would probably be further down the list. It would be nice to have all the currencies a similar or close together ID number, but I'm not too bothered about that because we'll be able to search for the game object name and find its ID. So I don't have any concerns about that at this stage. So before we jump into this, we're just making sure we're getting a nice naming structure. So what we're going to do is I'm basically going to delete these objects and I'm going to re-import them. Okay, and they're nice and in order there as well, which is lovely. Right, so now that we've done that, we need to go up to the inspector, and so it's sprite and single, and I'm going to go high quality. Okay, and there we go, we've got our sprite. And we do the same, so we go 2D, single, high quality, apply. Sprite, single, high quality, apply. Sprite, single, high quality, apply. Sprite, single, high quality, apply. And there we have our different our 5 current game objects that are in the game. So all of these icons are basically 120 by 120 pixel. I want to have an inventory of 50 slots, and I did this in Photoshop. I aligned all of the objects in a grid, and I found that the best way for this was to have a 20 pixel gap in between the icons. So it just seemed to look decent. Now, what we need to consider is there might be quantities. Hey Awen, welcome to the stream. Yes, I did. I put the camera in Blender top down, and I took images of the actual game objects, and that's how I basically did it. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? But yeah, I'm really happy with how the icons have turned out. So yeah, so I don't know how long you've been here, Awen, but welcome to the stream. I was just talking through the naming for the inventory icons. As we implement more game objects over development, this will get very long, and I originally had the file names as UI underscore with the game object name. And I was saying about how if we implemented weapons that had prefixes, suffixes, and just crazy long file names, I just thought it's going to be too much having the within the project folder having these crazy long names. So I just wanted to keep it nice and short for the purpose of the project, and then if I need to look something up, I can just search for the game object name here, and then we'll find the ID. So just keeping it efficient. To be fair, dude, I literally put in the standard the lighting that I had in the scene. These are only 5 game objects, so I can always you know, swap these out or redo the picture with a different light. But just for the time being, you know, I don't think it's going to hurt with the 5 that we have. And also they're nice low file size. So just for the functionality at the moment, I'm going to leave it as is. Right, so 50 slot inventory. So I think I was going to have tab. So at the moment I need to add 2. So the version of the game on itch at them. I think I'm blurring my words. I think I must be tired. My kids had me up at like 8 this morning, I think. So 5 hours time, I would have been awake 24 hours. But I'm in a creative mood. I've got the creative juices are flowing. So make use of it, and then sleep afterwards. So what I was saying was, at the version that's on itch at the moment is fine, but since all the newest mechanics and things, we've currently got 2 new controls. We've got K for the stats page and mouse wheel up and down for selecting the loot from the loot browser. I want to use tab for the inventory. In a lot of games, inventory is either I, B or tab. And I just feel like tab is a nice, quick, it's right at the touch of your fingertips as well with the player controls, so it feels quite natural to press tab to bring up the bag. So let's have a look at this. So we're in the scene at the moment. I'm going to go 2D, and I'm going to bring the canvas into focus. So with the backpack, I think what I was saying on a previous stream was I wanted the backpack to be on the left hand side. At the moment, on the right hand side, we have the quest journal icon. Well, we have the mini map, then the quest journal icon, and the skills page. Now, for the inventory, what I can do is I could add another icon here, which would be a backpack, and it would just be nice keeping the icons here, so the player knows what they've got open, and everything kind of comes over to this side because the player is center screen there. So as you can see, if we were to have the inventory center screen right over his head, it's just going to look a bit naff. And I like the layout I have at the moment. I like the consistency of it. The quest journal, the skills page, it all comes on the top left hand corner. The only thing happening on the top right corner is the loot browser, and I like how that shows up. So we're going to create a functional inventory that is, it's essentially, it's going to look similar to the loot browser here, and further down the line, not straight away, but at some point, I will create some nice image within Photoshop to represent the loot browser and swap out the icons and things. I'll be designing that all myself in Photoshop. So just for functionality, we're going to get the inventory up and running. Can the player open other inventories? What other inventories? Because there's only going to be the one. We're going to have an inventory, and then we're going to have a bank. I'm not doing the bank at the moment. What we're doing is we're doing the inventory, so what will happen with all the loot we're picking up, it will get added to the inventory, and then when it's full, it's full. We'll give the player the option to, you know, maybe delete some objects or scrap them or drop them, but at the moment, like looting a chest, I don't have any chests in the game or merchants, but that is intended. That's basically going to be the next thing, dude. What we're going to do, we're going to get the inventory up and running, and then once that's functional and bug free, then I will look into like a bank storage. So possibly similar to Titan Quest and Diablo, where you kind of have like a bank that's accessible between the towns. So any loot that you collect, you can store it up in the bank. There's some stuff that you're going to want to sell. There's going to be some stuff you want to keep. Like if you create, like it would be nice to have the option to like craft items. So I need to plan and design that. I already thought about bone-tipped arrows because we've got bones at the moment. It would be cool for the player to craft like bone-tipped arrows and things. Oh, okay. Well, the thing about the merchants are going to be in a safe place. So you're not really going to have a merchant that's going to be near an enemy. So what I can do is in the code for I think it was the code for the player. Yeah, here we go. So you see this? So at the moment, what have we got at the moment in the game? All we've got at the moment in the game is the journal and the skills. So you see here, toggles journal on off and then toggles stats on off. This basically checks, is the journal open? If it isn't, just say that it isn't open. Yeah, so that that handles the journal, that handles the stats, and you notice here where we are. Oh, hold on, 1 second. Oh, give me 1 sec. Okay, yeah, that's correct. So, basically, you see how I've got the code looping to the other one. So, if the player presses J, is journal open? If the journal is open, we close the journal. If the journal isn't open, we will open the journal and then we will close the stats. Yeah? So that plugging that into here allows us to, if the player was pressing JK, 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 switching between journal and skills, that line connecting to the other code, that will close the window, and I'll do the same for the inventory. Now when it comes to the merchants that are going to be where you can sell items, I will most likely have those potentially. I'll potentially have that in the same area. It would make sense just to keep everything there because it's nice. I quite like that you can see the player at all times. And if we were to kind of change that and just splat it over the top of the player, it's just not going to look very nice. It's nice to see your character, and also the NPC you're interacting with. Like we've got all this space here, this whole kind of portion, like down to about where my cursor is, even this far if we wanted. We've got all that space to create a nice UI for any merchants. So I'm keeping it consistent. And if the player was in a vendor, they wouldn't be able to open their inventory. So there will be soft locks in there to prevent that from accidentally happening from the player. Okay. Right. So, inventory. So the loot browser. Where was the... Oh, I think I've got it in the loot manager. Loot manager. Yeah. Yeah, so the loot manager will only show... it will only show the... it will show the... It will only show the loot window there's nothing in the loot, we hide it. If there is something, we show it. So that handles that. Now for the inventory. Inventory. I feel like it would make a lot of sense. Let me just have a look here. Why have I spelt total items with 2 L's? What a numpty. One second. Oh no. No, sorry, I do apologise. I did spell that right. Total items. The I looks like an L to me. Total items. Sorry, that wasn't a typo. That was my eyes. Oh, dearie me. Okay. Right, total items. Right, so let me just have a look at this code, because this is for the loot browser. I'm just trying to think if it would be better to have... I feel like it might be better. I know for the loot manager, this is handling all of the spawning loot and displaying the loot window if it has children. But in the loot browser itself, do you remember when I had the script on a different game object, I was struggling to essentially control certain bits or read certain things. So yeah, like you can see in here, where we're kind of just, we're able to read everything within the game object itself. I feel like I want to do that for the inventory, because it's going to be 50 slots. There's going to be 50 game objects that will be each representing a different slot. So I want to keep it. I just want to keep it like that kind of consistency. Just keep everything accessible and readable within the game object. I just have a feeling if I went through the hassle of creating a manager for the inventory, trying to dip in and out and read variables and change certain things, it's just going to be a headache. So for that purpose, I'm going to create the inventory script graph on the inventory item itself. So right, so I know I want 50 slots, and I was gonna go for, I wasn't gonna go for a horizontal layout. The reason why I didn't want to go for horizontal was because if we went horizontal, it's going to come down here, and it will just be too close to the character's head. Going vertical, just like that, it will be presented in a nicer way. So I know as well, like if we wanted to swap out the player's weapons, I don't have a plan for that just yet, but I don't really want to put that on the inventory. I mean, it's possible to it might be possible to, even if I created the inventory at this stage as I'm planning, we could always at a later date have like a little side button or something that will pop out the character's equipment that they have, and if they were in the inventory and they wanted to swap out a weapon, then you could see what your character's equipped. Like we could have a little human silhouette with the slots. That could be a row on the side of the inventory. What, for equipped items? Right. So how am I going to do this? We're going to... if we want a vertical 5 by 10, I think it was 5 by 10, 5 by 10 is 50 slots, so five columns, 10 long. It's a good length, isn't it? 5 by 10. Yeah, I could possibly do that, Awen. And it should be easy enough to add it on at a later stage. At the moment, because there's lots of different things I want to implement, I'm just doing it in bite-sized stages. I want to have ranged combat, I want to have magic combat. From the player, that is, and those things are going to take a lot of work to develop and playtest, and get them working really nicely. So I'm not doing those at the moment. What I'm doing is getting the inventory, and then I'm going to look into a bank tab or a bank storage. Once that's done, I want to add in a new section, which will be the Goblin Ruins, which would be like a little section where there might be like a treasure chest that you can maybe picklock, and it's just an area for training combat, really. So killing lots of different goblins. Yeah, no, that's cool, dude. I hear you. Taking it on board. Right. Let's do this. Here we go. Game objects. Inventory. Right, so we're going to have a vertical layout group. So it's going to be a vertical and a horizontal. So at the moment on Loot Browser, so this is going to be top left. And we've got the variables and the script machine. So grid layout. I don't think I've used that before. Grid layout group. Padding. Oh, perfect. Start corner. Constraint. Oh, perfect. Oh, hold on. Start corner upper left, start axis horizontal, so it go left to right. I want to have columns as well though. Fixed row. Well, if we've got 10 rows, it's like vertical, but it does both ways. Is there not a way that we can say because I want it to be 50 slots, so I mean we know, I know that the cell size is the icons are 120 and the spacing needs to be 20. Start corner, upper left, start axis. I feel like this component shouldn't go on this just yet, because we're going to be adding a like backpack thing like this. Let's have a look at the icons. If we if we went for just a black colour, if I just add an image, and go that black, I don't want to give it the you know what, let's put the alpha down. What was the alpha on the Loot Browser? Tell you what, we'll keep consistency here. And like I say, we are going to be swapping out at a later stage. I will design the interface, as in the graphical art for it. I feel like we should have a similar thing here. Now with vertical, it's going to be tricky, isn't it? I need we're not going to have a scroll feature. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be creating 50 game objects with the slot number and an image component. But before I do that, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove that component and that, and because I don't want the grid layout going on top of this. What I want is I'm going to want the vertical layout group, because yeah, no, I will do, dude. At the moment, what I'm just quickly doing, I want to have the thing similar to this. So before we do the grid layout, I want to have the same header as loot, but it'll just say inventory, and then I'm gonna have this black space, and that black space will be with the grid component. So I'm just wondering if I copy that component and paste and do upper left, if I copy the header and paste, as child, keep local or keep world? Okay, so now that we've got that, if we have the header there, now the vertical layout, okay, what shall I give the name for the view? Content. I'll call it content, actually. Actually, I'm going to call it browser. Actually, no, I'm going to call it container. And then the container is basically going to have the image component at 180. Image, black, 180. What's the width of that? So that's 500. If I had that as 500 as well. That's the same size. So we know that's the container. So if I was to move that. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Right, let's get it into position. I can actually check the, so that's minus 50, minus 50. So if I did minus 50. Perfect. Okay. And that's actually really nice because that is the exact same size as the Loop browser. So yeah, that would come down. Uh, 180. Sip of the old coffee, rocket fuel. Coffee is my game dev fuel. What's yours? Right, so now on this one, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? So when I add the image component, when I add the grid to this, if we're adding the grid to this is where it's going to get interesting. If we're adding the grid to the container, because at the moment the header and the container are being kept within the vertical layout group, but if we're adding the grid component to this, does that mean the image is gonna stretch with it, or am I gonna have to resize the image? I wonder. Right, so it's 120 by 120 for the cell size, and then the padding, which I'm assuming is the spacing, is 2020. Yeah, I'll tell you, we'll cross that bridge in a second, because basically the container is basically that nice little backdrop. similar to the loot. So, right, how many fixed column count? Well, if I've got a 5x10, it's going to be 5 columns. Fixed column count 5. Okay, so let's start doing this. I'm a little bit nervous. Okay, so create an empty, and this is going to be just trying to think. I'm gonna call it IMV slot inv slot 1. Holy shit, that's quite large. 120 by 120. Image component. Jesus. Oh, okay, so, got ya. I got ya. This is the first time using the grid component. Right, so all we need is the image component. So if I think that was it really, and then this will be 2. Three. Okay, that's so big. When I was in Photoshop, it did not look that big. And I was doing it in the 1920 1080. Let me just see how that looks full screen. Yes, yeah. Well, that's annoying. The top left one doesn't have... That's a little bit annoying, isn't it? That top left one, can you see that? There isn't a gap. And there isn't a gap at the top either. Okay. So let's just add all the slots in. Five in each. First option under grid layout. Ugh! That actually looks a lot better. Cell spacing. Well, if I just put that to 0 then. I think that looks good though. 1010. How have you been, eh? When have you had a nice weekend? Ugh! Sorry, I make that silly noise when I push something I don't mean to. I sound like a dafty. Ugh! Gotta be careful. Oh, sorry, dude. I should stream some horror games again. Many years back, I got into that trend of playing horror games and recording reactions, and my videos got quite a lot of likes. Unfortunately, I don't have any of those. I've lost them to time. But the first horror game I played was Amnesia: The Dark Descent, and my god, that game traumatized me. Oh, nice. What game? What genre? Am I being too generous with the inventory? I was going 50. I feel like 50 might be a bit much now. I could always go 40. Just thinking if I went 40, because you don't want it taken up we have to think about space for oh my god, what is it? The equipment. I feel like, and you got to think as well. Remember, at the moment the skeletons are insta kill for testing purposes. So the player will, you know, if I revert back to what it was, it's 4 hits and they die. But when I start to, because at the moment we have got the skills page in there, but I haven't programmed the actual spending the stat points to increase health, to increase damage, because the damage that the player deals will be dependent on the strength. Strength will determine melee weapon damage, dexterity will be range damage, and magic or intelligence will determine your magic damage. So as and when I get that programmed, because that's going to involve just slightly reworking the code at the moment and how it inflicts damage to the enemies. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to add in the extra 5 slots and just see how it feels. Okay, 40 slots. I mean, 40 slots is generous. And actually, guys, you can actually visualize. I need to have a way, so, because you know at the moment, if I was to click, the mouse disappears. And do you remember when we had the pause menu, and how the pause menu, brings up the mouse? We kind of need to do the same, but when we get the mouse, so if the player pressed tab to bring up the inventory, we would have the mouse. I was going to have a tooltip, so when you're moving over the items, there'll be like a little box that will appear bottom right of the cursor. So when you're looking at an item, it will come up with the name, description, value, more lock static, lock stating. Lock stating? Lock statting? Basically, we should be able to enable it, but what we would do is we wouldn't pause the game. We would basically stop the camera following the mouse, because when we're going through the inventory, you don't want the player doing this. That will just make you feel sick. That feels like a good... I feel like that's a generous size inventory. I don't want to make the icons too small. I feel like that's a good size. And then, as I say, this section here, like, there's always the potential to have like a pop-out bit for equipped items. I mean, if you think of Valheim, I don't know if you've played Valheim, but in there, you don't have like an equipped page. You just right mouse click on like your weapon in your inventory and it's equipped, and then it's highlighted green or whatever colour it was to show that you're wearing it. So if you had Trollhide armour, you would have like a colour on that item to show it's equipped. So it's not like any ARPG, but I would like to have something like that. So I feel there is space there. Right, so colour. Alright, let's try and suss this next bit that we need to do. So what we need to do is get sorry, 1 second. We need to get the black section to fit. So if these are all the containers, so I was going 50 slot, but I feel 40. I feel 40 is very generous. 50 feels too much after seeing it on screen. So Long Arm, welcome to the stream, bro. Love the snowman. I mean, with it being so cold out at the moment, it does feel very wintry. So the emoji is very much, what's the word? Relevant. Right, so if we've got the vertical layout group on the header and container, 500. I'm gonna see how this looks. I knew it would do that. How did I do that one? So the content had a size fitter. We didn't get the warning for that. It's cold in the UK, yeah. I went out today. It was about 3 degrees. It was bloody freezing. Floods everywhere. Uh, I want that black bit to be basically covering yeah, I can imagine. That's annoying, isn't it? So I just want it, I want it to basically, I want it to fit snug. I want this section here to basically be like the same that size. That side, sorry. And then I want the black bit to be the same as at the top. So on the inventory we've got vertical layout group. And then a container. I'm sure I saw something earlier when I first put on the grid layout. I'm sure I saw something. I mean, we can do the maths here. We know that there is, what is it? There's 5 padding either side. So that would be that would be like 5 hold on. So if those are 80, so you got 5 plus 80 plus 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 5. That's 430. You're joking? How did I get that wrong? How did I get that wrong? Oh, the spacing. Plus 10, 10, 10, 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 40. 470. What is that? 450. And then one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. 8 times 80. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, plus 70, 710. Ugh! What happened there? Okay, I feel like we're gonna need to actually, where the grid is, it's got the padding and that. It would make sense to have, because that's essentially 15 total. So it's got 10 plus the 5. So cell size is 80. Column count 80 times 5. A bit of late night maths. Type it into a box. What? Sorry, what do you mean type it into a box and have Unity do that? I'd much rather do it on the in the I've got my calculators up. I'd much rather do it that way. Right, what I'm going to do... There we go. That looks good. I mean, I wonder if there's a way. You know how a lot of games, RuneScape doesn't have it, a grid layout within the inventory, but stuff like Titan Quest, Diablo, Grim Dawn, so many RPGs I can list, they all have like a grid layout, you know, like a faint outline so you can see the box. Obviously these sprites, they're not, there's they're gonna be the image component would be disabled. Just wondering. It's not essential at the moment. That's more a graphical thing for the users. Okay, so we've got the slots in place. The image would be off. So all of the image components would be off unless it's occupied. So if such and such is occupied, oh my god. Okay, we've got our 50 slots. I just want to see how this looks. Look at that, guys. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Make the background a grid image. Is that what that is? Is that what this is? I don't know what that component is. no idea what that is. Okay. I'll leave it for the time being. I'll leave it as it is for the time being. Okay. Sip the coffee. What's wrong, long arm? Getting countered in Magic? What are you on about? Are you on about a game or development? Right, let's do this. Okay. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. Right. What do I need to do? Okay. Right, so I have 40 slots, and oh my god. This is going to be tricky because we've got 40 game objects. I don't want to have 40 booleans for like slot 1 available, slot 2 available, slot 3 available, like So when you pick up an item, it will check the grid, and it will check is slot available. If it is, then you would do a the way to determine if a slot is available is if the image component is is active or not. So if it's inactive, it's available. Or else I'm going to have 40 variables. For slot available. I'm just thinking, I'm not sure if this is the best way to go about this. If slot doesn't have a sprite, it's available. So for the loop, you would check, is the sprite active? Right, let's just add on the script graph and make a start. So I've called this script one controller loop browser, so I'm going to call this controller inventory. I did think that. I did think because what we can do, I can create one script machine. I can create one script machine. Sorry, apologies. No, I can create the script machine. And then the script can be the same. So you'd basically apply that script. If I made one script that just handled the code for a box, which would essentially be available sprite. Oh, actually, no, hold on a minute. Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea. Because you know how we had the issue with trying to control certain elements from a different script of a different game object. I can't remember what it was. It was the other day. It was something we were working on and I was having a headache, so I think that's why I chose to do the controller on the loop browser. So Because what we need to do is we need to set the sprite. No, I mean I can set the sprite within the... I'll be able to set the sprite of the... If I made object variables, game object variables, for a reference for all 40 slots. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Let me just have a look at the loop for the... Loot children. List of game objects. Give me one sec, guys. I mean, if we were, okay, if I made one script that was applied to the 40 slots, that would mean each slot of the inventory would have the same code and their own variable for available or not. So they all have the image component. The image component will be inactive if it's available. If it's not available, then we set the source image. I just feel like what I'm thinking, looking at the code of the loot browser with the dictionary, sorry, the list, I'm thinking on game start, if we added all of the inventory, if we got all of the children of container and put it in a list called inventory children, then on the code here, where we've got the loop, when the player presses E, we would basically call the custom event that would trigger that event. So at the moment it's on here. That's the thing we would call. Okay. Right. Okay. Right. I'm getting my bearings, guys. I'm getting my bearings. So, oh God. Right. I don't know if I should make these as a prefab. I don't feel I should make them as a prefab. Sorry, I'm just processing this in my head at the minute, guys. Give me 1 second. So if we add the script machine onto this slot, we're going to be giving it a boolean. Let's just I've just got a bad feeling about this because I remember when I did this. I do not want to have loads of variables on here. I remember this, it was in the other bloody graph, and when I was doing it, God. Jesus Christ. I know that if I put in these variables on here, it's not. I'm not going to be able to control it from the inventory script. Maybe it does make sense just to have the whole bloody lot just on the... I think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to do that. I know it's going to be a lot of variables, but sorry guys, this is the first time I'm doing an inventory, so I'm just trying to make sure that I get it right. I know what I want to do. If the image is on, if it's off, it's available. If it's on, it's taken. But then for the tooltip, that's the easiest way to determine if the slot's free. If the image component is on, it's taken. It's not available. If it's off, it's available. Available, no, taken, available. But then there's going to need to be this whole... I feel there would, with the tooltip, there would need to be a script that would be put on each slot. So if you hover over the object, you would get the name. You would get the name of the... you get the name of the object, the description and stuff. But I wonder if there's a way that you can get Unity to read an Excel file. I just wonder, I'm not going to put it in, but I'm just curious. Oh, you can put an Excel in there. Interesting. Alright, let's just do what I think would be the sensible solution here. And what in my head will work. Because having a script machine on every single thing I just don't want to have 40 variables. Because on the loop okay, what I'm gonna do we're on scene variables at the moment. I'm gonna make a scene variable? No. What have I called that? Loot children. Inventory children. List of game objects. Right. I'm gonna do what I think is gonna work. What I believe will work. The container is the one that has the children. No. So at the very start, we want to have a I guess that would go in there, wouldn't it? So what that's doing is I believe what that's going to do, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone watching, that's going to loop 39 times. Well, technically it's 40 because 0 is the 1. We have 40 game objects, but the index for slot 1 would be 0, I believe. So what we're doing is we're saying 40 times you're going to be doing this. You're going to get the child at that index, so you're going to say get on the first index is the integer. Yeah, so for the first loop 0, that index would be 0. So saying get 0 there and get the child of the inventory and basically add it to the list. So that goes into that list. Get the variable. So you're adding the game object. The game object goes into the bottom part, and then that's the list. So the game object goes into the circle. Inventory of children. Get the child. Transform child by index, so that will go into there. So we're basically saying on game start, get all 40 children, and going index by index, we're adding those to our inventory children list. So then we would have all of the children in this list. Now I need to go to the loot browser and just... Oh, I love this song. Check if it's available. Let's see if that works. So what we're doing is we, at game start, the script for the inventory is going to add all of the children slots to this list, and we're going to set all of the inventory image slots to off, which means that they're available. So let's see if that disappears. The inventory slot 1 Unity Engine Rector transform is not of type Unity game object. What are you on about? Rectangle transform? Is that gonna work? Oh! Oh, that's interesting. 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 How interesting. How interesting. Did you see that? So, you would think zero is the first index, so 0 being 1. So if that was 1, 1 would be 2, 2, 3, so on and so forth. So 39 would technically be 40. Right? But look. It leaves off the last one. That's the 40th slot. If we then put 40 in there, it's gone. But then if we change the first to 1, what the hell? What, is that because of the step? That doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't make any sense to me. Right, well that worked. I think I actually solved the issue before you commented that, AWEM. Where I've got this beautiful little node. Right, so what that is doing, that is successfully making the inventory appear available. So now we need to
working across.
fucking YouTube. Oh, did I tell you? It may end it for you, but not do for you. Okay. Right, so what we're gonna do. I've got an idea. This may or may not be clever. Not allowed to connect the exit. Okay. What I'm thinking. Instead of having... right, tell me if this is a bad idea or not, right? The initial thoughts were a script machine that was the same for all 40 objects, slot inventories, right? But that would be a lot of variables. How about if we just had two lists? One available, one unavailable. So we would basically say on game start, add all of the game objects to available, and then you would basically do a check for each loop, check list, check index, is it available, or I mean, that seems like it feels like it sounds like a good solution for checking, you know, like as in easily switching the slots in and out of an available and unavailable state, as opposed to handling it with booleans and other sorts. It just seems like a logical way. It seems like an option, is what I'm saying. Because this list is basically the inventory children. So what we could do is just say add them to the list of available. I think I'm going to do that. Oh, for fudge cake. So basically saying on game start, we're going to do a loop. We're going to get all the children. We're going to go through that. We're going to add. We're going to get them all. We're going to set the image to off, and we're going to add them all to slot available. And then another sip of the old coffee. It's gone cold. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to add a custom event. I'm going to do slot available ? And this is basically going to be a check. So if this is going to be does a for loop do it once, or does it do it multiple times? Let me just query this. A for loop triggered at game start runs just once, does not continue automatically. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. So is the slot available? So what we would do is oh my god. Oh Jesus. Right. This is the bit that we're gonna be calling this okay, so if the player has pressed E, let's go to the prefab. If the player has pressed E, we're checking if it's available. So that's what we're doing at the moment. We're checking if there's a slot available. So what we can do on the false, if the backpack is full, we can say inventory full. We could do a message on screen. Um, oh my god. Right, so if we're... Oh god, how am I going to do this bit? So, you want to set the sprite of the... Alright, let me think this through. We know how to check if the slot is available. We basically go into the index and we say yes, so that it stops. So break loop means that just stops it from continuing, right? Okay. Right. Sorry, I'm just trying to. I'm just wrapping my head around this. So we're gonna do a loop on a custom event from the inventory, where it will go through each in order, and it will check is it available. That would be the first step. And then at the stage it finds a slot, we then need to target that slot and add the bone to that slot image. So looking here, I believe from here we... Hold on. Loot children. Loot children, loot browser. You want to target the child of the index. So I guess what we could do is we could have a scene variable that could be target slot. If I called it inv slot target, if I just call it inv slot target, that seems too long. I'm going to call it inv target and set that as an integer. I think it might be better if I made this a scene variable. If I made that a scene variable, then I would be able to target it within the other script graph. And because what we can do, where we're doing a slot available, where we're doing the check through each slot, we can basically, at the point it finds a slot, when a slot is found, that's when we can set this, and then we can get the scene child list with that target slot and update the image. It probably would, Awen, but I'm studying game design and I'm not required to be programming hard lines of code. This is I'm meant to know how to visual script in Unity and blueprints in Unreal, so I'm not required to kind of be a programmer at that level. Even though what I'm doing is coding, it's just a different method. But I can understand what you're saying. I know it would probably be a lot easier in C#. But this is what I've got to do, dude. Right, let me just change that then. So children. So I'm gonna go down to here, and I'm gonna call this inventory children. And that is, so inventory children container. I can imagine, dude. I'm sorry I'm causing frustration. No, that's a reference. That's a reference to the game object, so I can read the children. Oh, okay. I'm glad it's not me. Yeah, look, this is why I've got that children reference here, dude. We're going into that game object to read the children of it. The lists are above. I'm glad I'm not the only one that gets frustrated with Unity. A lot of people at uni don't like it either. I feel like the majority of students prefer the Unreal Engine. I'm enjoying Unity for this game though. I'm really enjoying making my game in this. It massively is, dude. I don't know the full history, but what we've been told at uni, and I think historically, the visual scripting used to be called Bolt. Unity bought Bolt, and this is what this is, the visual scripting. And it doesn't feel like it's. I don't know. I don't know if it's updated anymore, or if it's just left to die. I don't know how many people use it, but from my experience and when I was making my games in the first year, there is not a lot of stuff online on YouTube for visual scripting tutorials. Anything you query for visual scripting in Unity, there's almost next to nothing. And if there is stuff available, it's very, very, very old. And I'm talking, it looks nothing like this. Very old. Are you on about some of the more modern systems of Unity? Like the modern updates and things to Unity? Are you saying those are kind of unavailable to find within Visual Scripting? Okay. Right, let me just get my head back in the game here. Check inventory has space. Oh my god. Come on. Right. So, we're going to do another... I mean, it's probably similar in maybe Unreal Blueprints. I'm not sure. I can kind of feel your frustration. Just reading your comments, I can feel your frustration through the words, dude. Oh. Okay, so when we're checking if the slot is available, we're going to... So we know that all of the game objects are in this list. So we need to just go to our loot browser, and the loot children is plugged into that. So for each loop. For each loop. I'm just going to do a for each loop. Let me just do a screenshot of that actually. And then I don't need to... There we go. Right. Okay, I know what I can do. what we can do is we can actually have what we can do is we can actually have an if, and we can was it count? So we're counting how many are in there. If that equals 0, as in, no, there's nothing available. So we're saying on slot available, the custom event, the first thing we're doing is we're looking at the slot available, counting them. If that list is 0, as in there's nothing in there, if that is 0, then we will do a these sticky notes are my little notes to myself of what I need to do. So if the slot available, very first check, if there is nothing in that slot, we say inventory full. If there are slots available, so if that's false, then we will do this. And that, so you would basically for each loop. Okay. Right, so this is where we're checking. So if there is a slot available, so if it's true, if the first check, is there any available slots? If there is 0 slots free, inventory full. If there are slots free, then we go down the false, and we're going to do a check. And the body would be well, you would get the first available slot, wouldn't you? So mean, you would pick the first available, so... So that would be the game object, and that would be the index. But you only want to do it the once. So I guess what you would do is you would just... I guess you would just pick out the next available slot. You would just... I think... This is my first time doing this, guys, so just be gentle with me. So we would... Oh, okay, I know what we need to do. So we need to... You would need to set inventory target. Inventory target is an integer, so whatever that index is, you're saying that's the target. So then within the loot interface of the prefabs, this is where you would basically set that's where you would set the index. So whatever's available, which would be the first, because that would go through the list from the beginning, I think. And the list is the slot available. Slot available. So you would get the index and you would say this is where we're targeting it to, and then what you would need to do is remove. You would need to remove the item, so that's the object. So you would remove that from this list and you would add it to the unavailable list. So oh, where was that? So remove whatever remove it from the available. And I feel that would work. So, in a slot available, I'll just have a sip of my coffee and we'll talk through the logic. So in the slot available, we're checking, is the backpack full? If it's full, inventory full. If it's not, we go through, we loop through the available list. So it would pick the very first thing, and you basically set the inventory target slot to whatever the index is. You would then remove the item at that index from the available list, and then that same object would then get added to the unavailable list, and we stop the loop there. I believe that will work. I'm not going to know until I test this. So that's the first step. So slot available. Slot available. So inventory. So the inventory has the script machine, so we're going to need to make a scene variable for the inventory, because we're going to be calling that custom event. So and the custom event is slot available. I hate that the nodes just aren't nice and straight. Right, check inventory has space. and then add to inventory. So that is where you would then set the oh no! No. Oh no, that should do it once. It shouldn't do it multiple times. The on trigger stay is essentially similar to on update, the way it functions. Now, read that. Returns true while the user holds down the key. We don't want to do that. It should be get key down. Because that's holds down the key. We want the reason why I've swapped it out, Awen, is because on trigger stay is essentially this it's basically like the on update event, which happens every frame. I had this for the wood cutting tree. I don't know if you remember when I was cutting the tree. Do you remember there was a bit of a bug why it wasn't working? And that's because the integer was going up to like 36 because the player was staying in the trigger, so the integer was getting added to lots of times. So we only want that to happen once. We didn't want the other one where if you hold it down, because then that could potentially trigger this happening multiple times. We only want it to happen once. And you'll notice straight after that, we're going to be destroying the spawned object anyway. So that would then render the beginning of that line of code null and void. So now that we've called the slot available, I also need to make sure in the other 4 lootables, or 3, that we swap out that. I need a post-it board or something. I'd rather not risk it. I'm just going to just make sure this works safely. I think this is a safer option. Right, so the slot available is the slot available. Let me just go back to here. So oh, I've got an idea. I feel what we should have here, if we go back to the prefab, because this is basically checking if the slot's available, right? But I don't want to then... So if the image is active and we press E, we check if the slot's available. So what we should then have is have one scene variable boolean. Okay, so we'll have a boolean, and this will be slot available question mark. Now by default we know that there's 40 slots available, so if we go back to the inventory, if there are no slots available, we want to set it and say no. If it's false, so if there's no slots available, we're saying no slots available. And then if there are no slots available. If there are, we do that, slot available. Now, we're not going to be coding the player kind of removing items from the inventory once they've been collected, because I'm not going to add a drop feature just yet, or a bank or a vendor. In the event that we free up a slot, we would then need to add in the code for that to be added back to the available list. Oh, okay. Sorry, Awen. Thank you, dude. slot available, yes. Right, so now that we've got that gateway, we go back to the prefab for the bone. And we're going to be doing an if slot available. Ugh. Right. So check the inventory has space. Yeah, done that. And then add to inventory if true. Now, if we just go back to the inventory, the only time that we're saying the inventory target is if there is an available slot, and that will only ever follow through if this is true. So if it's false, we're not going to be doing anything. What is going on? Why's my phone just gone off? So let's just move this up a little bit. So now what we're going to do is we're going to inventory slot available. Right, if the slot's available, we're then going to inventory children. We're going to get the inventory children, get child index, and that index will be that. So we get the child at the target index, and then we get the game, get component of game objects. Get component game. Oh, what was that node I had earlier? Where was it? Get game object, get component in child. Get game object. Get, hold on a minute. Huh. Inventory children, get the child. Get the, oh, I could just use that, I guess. Okay, I'm quite excited to see this work. If this works first time, I'm going to be so over the moon. What this means, because we've basically got the bones, what we'll do is we'll test this for all of the bones, and then we'll just get an inventory full of bones. Right, so we're gonna get that game object. Get the component on the child, the image, and then you want to image image all the images are turned off, so you want to set the image enabled and you want to set the image. Oh God, world domination expanding this. Image, source image. Source image. I guess set sprite. Now for the bones. That one. Okay, this is the moment of truth. I'm nervous and excited. Now, at the moment, the inventory is going to be there all the time because I've not put in the button yet to toggle it on and off. So, what is this? 3 hours of test. Well, actually, just setting it all up, really. I'm nervous and excited. Oh my God. I'm nervous. The test. I want you to pray for me, guys. Oh my God. Okay, that didn't work the second time. It worked the first time. I have to press E multiple times. Right, we've successfully got one bone in the inventory. Right, it's... Well, it shouldn't do. Because the inventory target and also I had to press E multiple times there, which was strange. It was very strange. I'm gonna see if that... Set the first slot to any other sprite. I mean, it worked. We did get a bone in the inventory, but I noticed when I had to press E quite a few times. So I've put back the original node I had in there. But I mean, I would say that was a semi-successful first playtest. I'm really happy with that inventory space as well. You see what I was saying about the player character? Being able to see the player character whilst having that inventory up, it feels like not too intrusive. Okay, that worked instantly. Me pressing E. That node was better than the other one. So, right, we need to figure out why. Right, hold on. Let me just get rid of that. Right, that's that bit fixed. Right, so why is it not going to the next slot? If we go to the inventory. I mean, I'm really happy with that, dude. Right, so the slot available. Right, so when right, so the code, what the code does, if there is a slot in the slot available, I mean, when we remove an item from the list, does that like shift everything back? Like give them the previous index number? So if you had a list of 40 objects, and as we know in this instance, we've technically removed the first one from that list. So does that mean I think that might be why, because it's gone through the index, hasn't it? So I don't know how knowledgeable you are with lists. I think that might be why it's not going to the second slot, because if it's it's like it needs to go to the next available. Right. Let's ask AI. It removes the item based on value, not index. If you want to remove an item by index, you should use a list remove at node, which removes the item at a specific index. If your list is A, B, C, B, and you remove item B, it will remove the first B index 1. If you Let me just query this with AI quickly. Right, when you use list remove item, it removes the first occurrence of the specified item by value, then shifts all subsequent items in the list forward by 1. The list maintains continuous indices. The index of each remaining item updates accordingly, i.e. shifts left. If you're removing an item for an inventory list using remove item, the remaining items shift to fill the gap. The indices of the remaining items are updated automatically. This should not cause issues with subsequent. I think I follow. So because I've removed it, because we've removed it, then what it's doing is everything else has moved backwards to fill the gap, I think. Which then means when we pick up our second bone, it's not going to the next available slot, it's just overwriting the first one, I think. That's a pain in the arse. Okay, how do we get around that then? Yeah, if you use specific index, so index 1 after removing an item, the item that was on an index 2 will now be index 1. When removing items, always consider that the list shifts. If you're iterating over the list, loop backwards to avoid index issues. After removal, update your references to reflect the new indices. Okay. I think I understand that. That's what I thought was happening. How do we... God, that's really annoying, isn't it? I mean, if we... Right, stumped. So because we've removed it, okay. Okay. I'm gonna right, basically, Awen, I think what's happening, I've queried this with AI. When we remove an item from a list, that item being removed, everything else in that list will kind of fall back to fill the gap where it was removed. So I think what's happening is the remaining slots are shifting back. So basically the next available slot, even though that would technically be index 2, that would then become index 1 to fill the one that we've just removed. So it's basically going to be constantly overwriting the first one. So it's almost like we need to have a check, and it's almost like we need to have a check into the slot unavailable, because that way what you would be doing is, if we're removing the Let me just post this. There you go. It's almost like I guess one way of checking this, I guess maybe one little way of checking this would be if there is a I think it's because of the index, dude. This is the first time I've been working with an inventory, but from what I've read in there, I'm probably wrong, but my understanding is here in the code where we're removing an item. This list, each time we add to the list, is putting at game start is putting all of the children in the index. So it's giving each one an index. So when we remove one of the available slots and move it to unavailable, we're basically clearing off the very first index of the slot available list. Even though that child is being moved to a different list, the index it had on slot available is basically empty. So I think everything else that was in that list is now shifted backwards to fill that gap. So therefore the second available slot would become the first, which is already full. I guess so. That would be a good idea to actually watch the list. I think I know a solution. And I think one way is to check if the game object has the image enabled. That's one solution. Oh, there we go. Look, slot available. I think I have a solution to it. I've no idea how they do it in the industry. I've not looked up any tutorials on how to do an inventory. Right, so slot unavailable, 1. So it is going in there. It is going in the unavailable slot. I think I know what's happening. let me just test something. So, give me 1 second. So we're gonna have an if. Where is it? Where is it? Image enabled. I think I know why. I think the problem is the index, dude. Just let me test something, because I have a feeling I know. Like the code here, we're getting the inventory target and setting the sprite. It's the inventory target. And this happens here. So if everything, when you remove something from a list, even though we're moving it out, we're putting it in the other list, we know that's working, but everything that remains in the slot available list, it all shifts backwards to fill the gap from the item we just removed, which means the second slot will have the index of 1 or 0. That's why that second slot is not getting updated, I believe. Just, I'm certain I'm right on this. I'm not an expert, but I just have a feeling. Just, I think I'm on this. Right. So what this is doing this little check when we do this loop, it's going to basically look and say, does it have an image component? Hold on. Oh man, this is a real pain in the arse. Actually, 1 second, hold on, I've just thought of a potential okay, there's one way that we could do this. There's one way that we could do this without removing it from the list. Okay, if we kept it in that list and just added it to the other list, so basically the indexes, so index 0 in the slot available list, index slot available, right? 0, 1, 2, 1, 0 to 40. Yeah, 0 to 40. If we maintain the same index, but in here, if we check, does that item also exist in slot available, unavailable? If it does, then go on to the next item. I think that's a way of doing it. I think that's a safe way of doing it instead of checking on the thing. So I believe that's a good solution to that. Do you see what I mean? Because where I queried this with AI to try and figure out what's happening, I read through it, I understood it, and I can see why the image isn't updating. It's because it's literally taking the index. The index shifts back, like all the objects. When we remove something from a list, everything else after that first one will fall backwards. It's like if you had a stack of Jenga and you pulled the bottom brick, everything would go down by one, kind of thing. So the second object takes the first index. So it's never getting to that second stage. So what I'm thinking is if we just keep that list consistent and the slot unavailable is the only list that gets added and removed, that way the available slot, it will always kind of, well, it should just maintain that kind of consistency. Oh, did you? How is there a way we can check in a list? Okay, right. So that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to keep this code just here. I'm not going to put it in. This is just. Right. Oh my god. Right, think, Mike, think. Let's look at this. I think I know what the solution is. So, where we're checking the slot, the first thing we're going to do before any of this, and we're not going to remove, the item, we're just going to leave that out. We're going to do a check and we're going to say, does that item appear in that list? If it does, nothing happens. If it's false, so as in it doesn't, then we set the target, we add it to slot unavailable, and we do that. That should be, I think, the solution. Let's see if this works, dude. I'm hoping, I think that will work. Oh! King has done it! Done it. Dude. Yes! Thank you! I've done it, mate. Dude, I've done it. Dude. 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 Can you see that? That is how we roll. That is how we roll, baby. Look at that. Can you see that working, dude? We have success. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm smiling right now. You can see there, we have all the bones. You think I solved a different problem? That's not too reassuring, dude. Dude, we have a backpack. So, the next challenging thing, I guess, would be when it comes to... Oh my god, I mean, if I gave the player the option to move around their inventory, you know, like if there was like a sort button or something like that, because we've got it working where that solution did the job. So if we go down to our lists, like, do you see what I mean? Because we're keeping the index consistent. I knew that was the problem. When I read through what AI just... Well, I just asked it to explain, look, this is what's happening. What happens when you remove... All I did was query it, and I said, look, what happens when you remove an item from a list? And because it's shifting back everything to fill the one that's replaced, it's like that index is going to be passed on. The first index is just going to... the second thing in that list would inherit the first index, which is why the inventory was never updating. So by maintaining the list and just using a second list to act as the unavailable slots, that seems to be the solution. So you can see here, what have we got? We've got 15 slots, so that should be up to 15. Yeah. So yeah, that's good to know. So I guess, yeah, like I say, the next thing, which would be tricky, not tricky, it's like if what we need to do is for the tooltip that I wanted, so like if the player moved their mouse over the bone, you would basically need to get an on-mouse hover. So I do feel like the I do feel like those children do need a script graph, because on the event that the mouse hovers over one of those items, we want to have the name, a description, and if it's worth any gold, you know, you'd have a value. So that tooltip, I mean, Jesus, the list is like the best way I can think. Upside is that problem I noticed earlier is currently safe. Oh, okay. That's a GG, I guess. So basically, now I remember one of my lecturers at uni saying something about Excel, and I don't know. Basically, if we're somehow, I'd need to look into it, but we know if we go on to our UI inventory, so you see we got the IDs. What we'd need to do, I mean, Jesus, the script graph would be huge, but if we had the script that was somehow able to read the Excel and say, find row with ID such and such, and then what you'd want it to do is whatever information is in that field, you would then display in the text box. That is one very simple way, or else if I had 1,000 game objects, like, that is going to be a ridiculously huge script graph. Remember that for loop with 40 indexes? What would have happened if it went to 39 but you had removed half the list? I don't know. I think I'm too tired to process that question. For loop with 40 indexes. Where was that? This one. Yeah, but if I put 39, watch what happens. See? If I put 40, and if I put 1, it's very strange. I'm just wondering if it's the step. I don't know. Right. So I guess I can get rid of that then. That was the solution. That's the gateway. It's the best feeling when you fix something like that, where you're just like, what's going wrong? When you just fix something, it's the best feeling in the world. Okay. So, what I now want to do, dude, I've made an inventory. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit nervous about save and load with Unity. And the reason why I say that is because I think the first game I did in Unity was a platformer, Caverns of Torment. And I was super happy with that, but I'd implemented a mechanic, like a best time mechanic, and I was using saved variables, and for some reason the engine just decided to remove the variables I'd put in during development. During playtesting within the engine, it worked perfectly fine. When I built the project, the shipped version or the built version, those save variables I'd created weren't there, and when I went back into the project straight after, they'd been completely removed by Unity. However, you'll notice on my saved ones here, these ones, these are the save variables for my main menu where the player defines their graphics preference, resolution, music, and SFX volume. And I've shipped this game, or I keep saying shipped because it's being built, and it's not removed it from the project, and it's also like on my system. If I played the game, set the settings, played it for a bit, closed the game, and then reopened it, it would remember what I'd done. So yeah, I need to look into it. Right. It sounds tricky, doesn't it? Right, so let me just make a note here. I'm just going to comment box these. Right, I am not going to put that in a box just yet, because what I need to do is get a full inventory and check that we get this message. So it would also be nice. It would be quite nice to actually have. It would be really nice if we had the coins. If we duped that thing there and moved it at the bottom and had like a symbol for the coins. Then we could actually display the player's currency in the inventory. That would be quite nice, and we could quickly program in the tab button to show the inventory. Let me just program in. I'll tell you what. I will add in the thing. I just need to do that pop-up message for the player. Okay, what we're gonna do we are going to quickly copy the code for the other collectibles, and then we're going to make sure that when we reach maximum capacity, we're going to get a debug message. And then after that, I'm going to add in the cache value at the bottom. And then put in the tab button to hide and show the inventory. So, oh my god, what am I doing? What are you doing, Mike? I've gone blank. I've got writer's block. I've got coder's block. Right, the other items, sorry. I think it's because I've been awake like nearly 24 hours. Right, coin stack doesn't function the same. That just adds to gold. So if we go on the bone stack, get key E. So it's that bit. I believe it's that bit. So if I copy that and go to blood reveal, shift that up there, shift that over there, put that in there. Oh shit. What we need to do, we need to change this bit. Slot unavailable. Oh! No, 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 no. Hold on. Fuck, what did I just do? Right, that needs to go there. That needs to go there. See? So we're checking, does the slot we're checking if the slot unavailable reaches max capacity. So if that matches that, then we do that. Because each time slot available function, check if slots available. If that's true, get that. And this is for the blood ruby. And the blood ruby's ID is that 5. Copy that. Go to Emerald. Ugh! Emerald is that one. Oh. Get ready, guys. Topaz is that. Okay, we have now put in the same code for the bones for the other collectibles. So we're going to play test, we're going to collect everything till our bag's full, and then we're expecting bottom left a message to say your sack is full. So what I'm also going to do, I'm just going to remove that.
With HP and
What is up with the adverts, YouTube?
Choose you, choose you, choose you.
Oh man, it's crazy. Okay, so yeah, I'm just getting rid of that message there so we can actually see in the debug log when our inventory is full. Here we go, guys. Once this has been tested and it's working and we know that our sack's full, I'm going to program in the gold currency to be at the bottom of the inventory, and then I'll put in the icon and the tab button to toggle and display the backpack. Dude! Yes! Got my bones. Oh, got another emerald. Okay, this is pretty awesome. This is pretty cool. I know it might not look sexy, but it's functional. The sexiness comes in the form of polish. Not shoe polish. But nice to get a topaz to see how that looks. Oh, beautiful. That looks pretty cool actually in the inventory. Nice. I'm quite impressed with how quick I've got this functional. We're at 4 hours 13 into the stream, and we've got a functional inventory. Another topaz. And another one. Christmas has come early, guys. I'll tell you what, it's really nice being able to use the middle mouse to quickly just loot the stuff on the floor. Everything's at your fingertips. It just feels really quick to loot. Like, you know what you want, you quickly just use the middle mouse to wheel through it. Because you know, sometimes in games, like, I can't think of any directly off the top of my head, but in certain games where you might need to be looking like maybe directly at the loot to be able to pick it up. It's like you don't have that problem here. You don't have to like look at the stuff and press E. It's, you can see the loot right there in your window, and you just use the mouse wheel to select what you want, and away you go. Another topaz. Right, moment of truth, guys. We need 2 more items. Okay, so my backpack is now full. If I just double click that. Now I haven't pressed E at the moment, but if I was to kill that, there we have it, guys. Inventory full. See that? On the bottom left. We have got a functional inventory. That is so freaking cool. So cool. I've done it. This is the first time I've ever done an inventory. And I'm not gonna lie, it was a little daunting because it's just trying to get your head around it all, but that's like pretty awesome. So yeah, the backpack's full. That works. I'm so happy. So happy. I'm smiling right now. Right. So what do we want to do? What I would like to do is add a... I think I want to add it at the bottom. So now, like I say, I will be designing the UI art elements myself. What you're seeing at the moment is it's essentially placeholder imagery that I used for, well, getting the assignment done for university. So a lot of this, well, I want to do everything myself. The artwork I didn't have time to do during development, so now that I'm developing it further, I've got all the time in the world. So what we're going to do is we're going to basically copy the top section there, and we're going to put it beneath the container, and hopefully it will sit nestled beneath it. So if I copy that and paste, if I move that there, oh yes, and we'll call this footer. Actually, I'll go call this currency. Now that has the text there, but if I left the text there, so at the moment the currency tab that text would need to be inventory. So we'd have an on update that would whatever the value of the gold player's gold is would be that. So I can do that, not a problem. So if we were to add a, so this one's got a vertical layout group for that, that and that. So that, that and that, but then within this one, if I add a horizontal layout group, child alignment, why is that just bloody fun? Where's that text just gone? So if I what? Oh. What's happened there? What the fuck has just happened there? What did I do? What the hell did I press? What did I press to do that? What the hell happened there? I didn't like that. I don't know what happened there, guys. Icon. So this is going to have image. The image is going to be the coin. fuck? Uh, Right, so what I've done is I've placed the currency on the left there, leaving space for potentially more currency if I decide to add another type of currency. But for the time being, that gives it enough space if the player played enough to make it go crazy long. What we now want to do is delete that out, save, go into the inventory, and then currency, game object, and we're going to get the text, put that in there, and then we're gonna go to PC, play character. We're gonna copy this and go back there, and we're gonna set that text to oh my god, where is it? Stat points, total XP, math, current XP, level XP bar, QC, PA, heal, cleave, health, oh, player gold. Right at the top. Okay, so that's integer to string. going to give it that for gold. Okay. Right, let's test. Okay, and then the last thing to do is what is it? The tab button to hide and display the inventory. Ugh. I'm so happy with this, guys. Look at that. Player's wealth is being displayed as well. Hold on, he dropped double loot. How did he drop double loot? For fuck's sake. Let me just write that down. I just want to kill more skellies. How the fuck has he dropped double loot? So... So if you did that and then... Oh, I didn't do it that time. Oh, we've leveled up. I think what I'll probably do when I design the UI art with the abilities, I'll probably put like a little letter next to it, so you know, E for the cleave and R for the heal, so you know, anyone with a forgetful memory won't forget. Oh, this feels so good. I think what I'd probably like to do as well is have the loot, so when you're on there, No, actually, I like it as it is. Well, that was a waste. It is a very generous inventory slot, I would say. 40 slot bag. That inventory looks so good. Okay, so when we get one more item, if the next kill also yields a gem and we try picking it up, it won't let us. Whoa! So if we pick up the emerald and then try picking up the bones, we can't because our bag's full. You can see at the bottom left there the debug message. So really nice. Super happy with that. It's functional. Look past the very bare basic art, because I will design something to look quite nice. Just just like an actual inventory. But we're displaying the player's gold now. 40 slot backpack. So now what we're going to do, we're going to put the icon on the right hand side, and we're just going to put in the button there to show and hide the inventory. So let's get that done. So save. If we go into the coins, interesting. Okay. So loot browser, Loot browser should be off by default. Inventory. We're just going to need to put in the icon. So how much of a gap is there between that? Okay. So that's just a game object, isn't it? So if I create an empty and call this inventory icon, if I just move that there, we just need to give it an image. And the image is where is it? Oh, this is for inventory, isn't it? That's annoying. I mean, this is only placeholder, so. Dude, there's literally I've got to remember this is placeholder, so it's going to be swapped out. What is that? What is that? Sevens? What does that say? Oh, ZZZ. There is literally no backpack. No backpack with a similar glow type effect to fit the other three that are currently on the HUD. I guess this will do, won't it? This little person, maybe. Or we could go for this one. It's just the face, it's a bit weird. I guess we'll go for that. Or I just really want a similar I wish I wasn't so picky. I don't have much choice here, guys. I think I'm just gonna go for this one. So if we copy the stats icon, so that needs to go bottom right. Bottom right. If we just copy that. Let me just check the four, six, one. Huh. Okay. Right, so that's the icon for that. Okay. So we've got journal icon. So we've got icon, the boolean, and the game object. And then icon, boolean, game object. So inventory icon is that. Save. And then we turn that. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. If I turn that off and we were to loot something, so if that's not active, the code's not gonna. The code's not gonna work. Interesting. Yeah, that's going to be a bit dodgy. Well, let's get the code in there. Okay. Right, so... Ugh! Okay. That's a bit of a pain in the ass. Right, so the end of the bottom one goes into the top of the other two. So I don't know if it's going to let me plug into that twice. It looks an eyesore, but it will do the job. No, Unity's visual scripting is nowhere near tidy like Unreal's blueprints. That's the one thing I hate about visual scripting in Unity. It just doesn't look good. Sorry about those adverts, guys. I am going to call the stream momentarily though. I'm just making sure that this It's functional. So if we open the inventory, we close the other two. Okay. Right. Let's give it a playtest. Here we go. Right. So we now have 3 icons on the right hand side there, guys. Now interesting. As I expected. The inventory has to be open in order for that code to work. And I think we've messed it up. Yeah. So, because... Okay. Right, so basically... Oh my god, I'm getting a headache. The inventory... Because the game objects... the good news is I've got the button working fine, so that's all functional. What we need to look into is right, so basically with that code yeah, basically, if you don't have the inventory open, and we kill this, like you can see there's 3 bones. If we looted that, it's not updated. That's because when the inventory's closed, the game object's inactive, so it's not the code's not working because it's inactive. So I just need to look into if there's a way I can just set it invisible. Like on Unreal, there's a node for setting things hidden. So they're not inactive, they're just hidden to the player. But they're there, they're active. So we just need to look into that really. Because it would make sense to have that for all of the things. So, but yeah, that I would say I've done what I set out to achieve tonight. We've got the inventory working. It's really, really fun. We've got the currency now at the bottom left or the bottom of the inventory tab. You can pick up stuff where you're at full capacity. You can't pick up anything else, so I'm super happy with that. It's first time I've done an inventory. 5 hours, 8 minutes. I'll probably call it about 5. Call it 5 hours. I'm very happy with that for a first time inventory. It's functional. There was one slight issue with the stuff not appearing, but got a solution for that in the code. We've got the button on the HUD now, so it's feeling really fun. So I think the next task would be to look into some sort of bank storage, like a stash. And then there's also the thing about merchants or vendors, and also a tooltip. Because we want to give the player the option. So obviously with the stats page, when the player levels up, they will be able to click the button to spend stat points. So we need to have something that will keep the game playing as it is, but freeze the camera, so when we have that menu up, we can interact with it and just click a button. Same for the inventory. If you, I don't know, if you want to drop something or just have a look at the description, you'll be able to do that. But yeah, I'm really happy with that. So I'm going to call the stream there. I need to get some rest. I hope this is going to help some people that might not, well, if anyone's using Visual Script, they might find this useful. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Anyone that's watching, if you haven't already, feel free to follow on Twitch if you want to stay up to date with more game dev streams. You can go play version 1.0 of this game right now in my itch page, which you can find below. And if you want to see any other game dev streams for Blender, Unreal or Unity, the YouTube link is below, and I've got tons of videos there. So thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for joining me. And I've just seen you comment, Owen. Yeah, thanks for joining me, guys. And thanks for watching. And I will see you in the next stream. Ciao.